Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call our meeting to order. Today is October 18th, 2022. This is a business meeting of the North Kingstown School Committee. I'd ask for a motion to recess to executive session for the following purposes pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42464 for discussions of job performance, character, or physical and mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons have been affected, have been notified in advance in writing, and advised that they may require that the discussion be held in an open meeting pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1, and they have been notified, and the meetings shall so reflect. Sessions pertaining to potential litigation and legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2. Discussions of any investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, civil or criminal, pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A4. Executive sessions of a local school committee exclusively for the purposes of reviewing matters that relate to the privacy of students and their records, provided, however, that any affected student shall have been notified in advance in writing and advised that he or she may require that the discussion be held in an open meeting pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A8, and they have been so notified, and the minutes shall so reflect. And any hearings on or discussions of a grievance filed pursuant to a collective bargaining agreement pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A9.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Hildebrand, a second from Mr. Case. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous, so we'll be in executive session. We should reconvene at approximately 7 p.m. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today is October 18th, 2022. This is a business meeting of the North Kingstown School Committee. I'd ask for everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Blasbog?
Here.
Mrs. Hildebrand?
Here.
Mrs. Hoskins?
Here.
Mrs. Lima?
Here.
Mr. Case?
Here.
Mrs. Schott?
Here.
Gabriel Anthony?
And if you could please call the calendar.
Wednesday, October 19th, we have several subcommittees. The Wellness Subcommittee meeting, DEI Subcommittee meeting, CLAC meeting, and we also have a school committee executive session meeting. Tuesday, November 1st, school committee special meeting. Tuesday, November 15th, school committee business meeting. Just a reminder, on Tuesday, November 8th is Election Day. There will be no school. And a reminder, on Friday, November 11th, it's Veterans Day, and there will be no school.
Thank you. So for presentations and recognitions, we have two items. So first we have our Esser update from Jody Clark.
This is a presentation where you go down.
Oh, we're going to go to, okay, thank you.
So, good evening. So, I'm not Dr. Jody Clark. So, for those of you who don't know, I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Catherine Sapala, and I'm your interim assistant superintendent. I have been here since late April, but I've really kept a bit of a low profile. My work has mostly been at the central office with our district leaders, with the people who work at central office, with teacher leaders, and in the schools, working on curriculum and professional development. But I'm not a stranger to North Kingstown nor to education, and I just want, in case you don't know, I lived here for 10 years. My own children attended Stony Lane, Davisville Middle School, and the high school. And I walked out that door today, and I went to go to the ladies' room, and I looked, and there was my daughter's picture right there on the wall. She's a grad from the class of 1997 or 98. I always forget which one it was. But anyway, I have commitment to the town, and I've been a superintendent. So I was 4 years in Jamestown, and I think Sally probably remembers me from those years, and 10 years in Narragansett. So my time has not been away from this district, nor has my interest or my knowledge of the district. But I have not been at many of our school committee meetings, but this is a very important one to be at as we look at our Esser report. So I have a message that I do want to present, however. My best days and my happiest times here are when I'm in school. And last week I actually got to spend 2 full days at school, at Stony Lane on Wednesday and at WMS on Friday. In that Friday day, a team of administrators were able to do a learning walk in the schools through all the English language arts classrooms and see student work, see students working, seeing enthusiastic teachers, seeing kids really engaged in their work. And that's what's happening in the North Kingstown schools. On Wednesday, we were at Stony Lane. All day long, Dr. Clark met with teacher teams as they provided data on all their students and all the students who needed intervention. The intervention we're going to talk about with Esser. And those teachers knew their students, had wonderful creative ideas, and it was a pleasure to be there. And that's the message that I want people in our audience to hear, people in our community to hear, and people hearing us online today to hear. Things are going very well in the North Kingstown schools as people work really hard and your children work really hard and parents send their kids in ready to learn. And that's a really positive message that I want to give before you hear our Esser report. So tonight's Esser report is an overview. That's certainly what it is. In this setting, And in this format, with a really busy school committee meeting, there's just so much that we can provide. But we will be posting by week's end, Mr. Waterman has promised me, this PowerPoint and all the detailed Rhode Island Department of Ed applications that we filled out with every single thing detailed. They're lengthy documents that have to be PDF'd and put online, but we will. That kind of leveled, detailed information, we will answer some questions about tonight, most certainly. But I can tell you that every single dollar, we know exactly what it was planned for, exactly what it's being used for. And when our plans maybe didn't meet reality, because, for example, we can't find a school psychologist or a social worker to take that particular job for SEL, we have to brainstorm and kind of pivot and find some other ways to meet needs. I'll give you an example from last year. We wanted a math interventionist at the middle school. Couldn't find one. Five teachers, 6 classroom teachers added a period to each of their days, and we used that money instead to increase their teaching time with kids. So sometimes the plan doesn't go exactly as expected. And as we evaluate the plans that we do implement, we have to pivot and we have to change. But we still stay within those line items and those original plans as they meet the expectations of Esser. So just my kind of presentation, my preview to Dr. Clark's presentation, to say that with confidence, I'll be happy to share even more information about Esser with you in any format that you'd like. When I was a superintendent in Jamestown and in Narragansett, we did one business meeting a month, and our second meeting was always a workshop. And in that workshop, it was very informal. We would sit, discuss, deep dive into topics. The deep dive into Esser is something I'd be happy to do. I could do it at a school committee meeting, but it doesn't have to be a school committee meeting. Dr. Mansiri and Jody went school to PTOs and talked about Esser last year. Mike Waterman, in the spring when I arrived, was going school to school on a capital improvement evenings. I could go to schools and do this. You could come to central office and we could add a meeting that I conduct for anyone interested in all those details. That's where we can talk a lot more. That's where we can really get deep, and you can give suggestions. So in the rest of my time here, the next couple of months, I would be most happy to do that. But I hope tonight serves as this overview so that the community gets the idea of where we're using Esser, how we planned it, how we implemented it, what the time frame is, and what our intentions are. So without further ado, Dr. Clark, thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Sapala, and good evening, everyone. So as she mentioned, I am here today to provide an overview update on Esser spending. And to remind all of you, Esser stands for Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. So when the pandemic struck in March of 2020, the federal government quickly dismantled funds to schools to aid with the impact of COVID as part of the CARES Act. RIDE, in order to come up with a task force that was created in dividing that money, came up with the LEAP task force. And LEAP stands for Learning, Equity, and Accelerated Pathways. These are their 5 priorities. So you can see it was to energize the school community with both students and educators, with a focus on bringing kids back to school, to ensure that all students have access to high quality and personalized support from adults, to universally screen all students and use that data to allocate resources, to improve and support student transition across grades and systems, and to close the digital divide. So the first grant award was called Esser 1. This came early on in March of that 2020 year, with the funds later dispersed. But the goal of this really was to provide software and hardware needed to go to distance learning and eventually to the hybrid learning model that we followed for the 2020-2021 school year. So you can see here a list of software that provided adaptive software to students to use independently, for students to access Zoom and Screencastify, LMS, our learning platform, laptops, document cameras, and everything that was needed to go to distance learning. Those funds were completely spent. Next, we move on to the Esser 2 funds. Substantially more money was involved in this. And I apologize for the great big laundry list on the right, but that will be up on our website for you to peruse and look through. But lots of different programs that were aligned to those 5 priorities from the LEAP task force. And every program that we came up with, we had to show alignment. We had to have a SMART goal with a data collection technique that we would collect ongoing data to evaluate the program and make changes as needed. What I want to highlight in this is that 6.6 FTEs, full-time teachers, were added to combat the COVID learning loss. And that was in the form of reading specialists and math and reading interventionists. So we brought those in to work with our MTS system that I will refer to in a few slides. We also had the outside contract for Effective School Solution. That was the contract to provide mental health supports for Davisville Middle School and our high school students. We began to fund the beginnings of a project for upgrading the ventilation system at Wickford Middle School. The right to read training was a state mandate that all teachers in our district receive either proficiency or awareness training, so we did use some of these funds to begin that training and plan for the platform, which was super important in providing the professional development to bring our teachers up to the level to provide remediation reading support for those students who may have fallen behind due to COVID learning loss. And the last big kind of ticket item was summer school. We did fund a more robust summer school K-12 program that following summer. Part of the Esser 3 requirements, the next set of grant monies, required that we seek stakeholder input. So if you all remember, last December we sent out a feedback survey to parents, community members, staff, teachers, and high school students to ask what they wanted the funds spent on, what were some of their ideas, and we did present that here at a school committee in February, I believe. You can see here there were 4 big bucket items, and we asked people to prioritize where they would like the funds spent. Here you can clearly see that the priority was on learning support and intervention, including social, emotional, and mental health, with the second highest priority being high-quality curriculum materials. So using that information and the data we had collected from Esser 2, we then began to plan for Esser 3. And we were happy to be able to say that we continued all of that great big laundry list that you saw in the Esser 2 slide. We continued all of that, making some minor modifications. We continued the support for the infrastructure at Wickford Middle School. We continued supporting the Right to Read initiative. We continued to support the ESS, Effective School Solutions, mental health supports. But we also used the data to see that we definitely needed to add a K-8 reading specialist to meet the needs in our area of reading, and I'm going to show you some data in another slide. And it was also clearly identified that we needed to add another elementary social worker. So we added those 2. So it's a total of 8 FTEs funded for an additional 2 years. Additional 2 years of the mental health supports. And under Esser 2, we funded the middle and elementary school music program. It had kind of slowed down because of COVID. Students weren't up and running. The music program wasn't up and running for the instruments. We wanted to put some monies back in there to replenish instruments, provide those to students who may not have had the opportunity to kind of rejuvenate that program. And under the Esser 3, we moved that funding to the high school to not only support music, but the arts and the theater department as well. So one of the biggest things that we have worked on for the past 2 years in order to combat this learning loss from COVID and from our students, in some cases being out of the classroom for a year and a half and joining us virtually, is we have overhauled a system that we used to call RTI, or Response to Intervention, and we have overhauled that to be an MTSS system, which stands for Multi-Tiered System of Supports. And last year we really focused on the academic part of that. So we spent a lot of time coming up with common charts for how students would qualify for Tier 1 instruction. And under that idea, the hope is that 80% of your students, their needs are being met by our core instruction. Tier 2 would be about 15% of our students may need some additional support within the classroom. And our Tier 3 students, that 5% at the top would need even additional supports being pulled by maybe a reading specialist or a math interventionist to provide some remediation in those areas. So we worked really hard, and we used our screener, which is given 3 times throughout the year in math and reading in grades 1 through 11, and we used that data to determine where those new positions needed to go based on the needs of the different schools, and there are different needs, and how we would then group students accordingly to provide the support. The one thing I want to say here is part of the program last year, we added, many of your, if you have elementary students, they might have mentioned a WIN block, which is What I Need Now, which is a 30-minute intervention block where our Tier 3 students are being pulled out of the classroom in small groups to receive support from a reading specialist or one of those math interventionists. The students that are left behind receive Tier 2 support from a classroom teacher, or even enrichment for those students who are already meeting the standards at that time. We provide enrichment opportunities for them. At the middle level, we have resource blocks where reading teachers are meeting for a full block every other day, as well as a math interventionist. And as we mentioned last year, it was a math teacher teaching an extra period to provide that support. This year, at our high school, we're doing something a little bit different. When we looked at our data from last year, we're trying a different model with our reading specialists where they are now pulling students during their personal learning time to provide remediation services in reading. So we are taking them from that time and really providing intense instruction based on their need to catch them up in the area of reading based on data points. So this is last year's STAR screening report for reading. And again, as I mentioned, it is delivered 3 times throughout the year, in the fall, the winter, and the spring. And again, our hope is to get to that 80% mark at the end of the year, where 80% are meeting the benchmark we expect with that Tier 1 or the other additional supports we've added through the year. Now, in this case, as you can see, looking down the right-hand spring column, we did not meet that benchmark in reading. We have some work still to do. But there were growth in 8 out of the 11 grades, and in 8 of the grades, we're at the 70% mark. So strategies in place based on this data. Again, we provided another robust summer school program to remediate some of these needs and provide for that learning loss slide that sometimes happens in the summer. We are continuing with the Right to Read training to boost every teacher's knowledge of the science of reading and how to best deliver reading instruction to our students. We hired that new reading specialist in K-8. She is split between DMS and Hamilton right now based on the needs and the numbers. We have those 3 new elementary interventionists, and they were not evenly split. They were based on what the data was telling us was where the needs are. So one of those interventionists is housed at one particular building where the need is very high. So we are very careful and willing to move those people based on the winter data if need be. So we're being very flexible with the use of those interventionists to serve our population and what the data is showing. As I mentioned, we added that new reading structure support at the high school. In Esser 3, we also funded some high-impact tutoring that we're hoping to roll out after Q1 grades to those students who may need some additional supports. And again, that increase in high-quality curriculum. So we now have a high-quality curriculum in K-12, in ELA, and in math. So we are really proud of what our teachers have done and what our students have done facing that new curriculum and implementing it with integrity to meet the needs of our students. So we believe these things in action are going to move these scores forward. So we're meeting that 80% benchmark. There's some great exciting news in math. So you can see that these scores look a little different. Again, last year, the 3 data points of our screening tool of STAR, and you can see clearly that all but 3 grade levels met that 80% proficiency. And that just means that the pyramid is in the right place. 80% of our kids, their needs are being met by the Tier 1 instruction, and we have the personnel available to meet the needs of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 students. But we've also, that new math interventionist at the middle school, we do have a person in place this year, so teachers aren't going above their regular scheduled classes to meet that needs. And in addition, we've had bridges for quite some time at the elementary level. That's our elementary curriculum. It has shown great success. I think that has a lot to do with these scores and the hard work of our students and our teachers. We have just rolled out Envisions last year in our middle school, 6 through 8, and we have adopted the Envision program for our Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2 students. So we are continuing to reap the benefits of having this highly rigorous curriculum that's aligned to the new math standards. So you can see there's a lot to celebrate here with these scores. That is it for me. Is there any questions? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ooh, thank you very much for that information. I have two questions. The first is for the STAR, for the reading. How do those numbers relate to pre-COVID?
You know, it's interesting enough. I do have some other data points where we've tracked cohorts through pre-COVID and through COVID, and they're about the same as what we were showing previously. It tends to be kind of stagnant scores, which we would, with all the things we have in place, we would hope to see that those scores go up. So in that regard, we definitely see the learning loss, especially in grades 2 and 8 right now, seem to be our hardest hit because when they were out of the classroom. So we're definitely targeting those grade levels a little bit more when we disaggregate the data and look across our buildings and things like that. But there wasn't a whole lot of change. I think we expected a much bigger dip when students came back in from COVID. You also have to understand we administered one of, I think in the spring, we did administer STAR, but the students were at home. So that sometimes skews the data a little bit when students are taking that STAR test at home rather than in a school setting.
So the spring 2022 was taken at home, you're saying?
Spring 2020, all of this data was taken in school. No, when we track through COVID, there was a time that students took some of that at home. We did ask other students to come in to administer that, but we didn't get quite the numbers. But the majority of our students I checked, we're in about the 96% of our students are taking the STAR assessment.
Okay. And then for the math, what about that? Or do the numbers trend the same pre-COVID and post-COVID? Or
our numbers are actually continuing to grow in math.
Okay.
We didn't see that much of a dip, but it did go down a little bit. But now, you know, when you see those numbers of 85% of our students are meeting that benchmark, that's exciting.
Okay, great. And then just my other question, and I know Sapala and I have talked about this, the information for Esser in general, if you could also include a spreadsheet that shows, you know, what the total amount of each fund and what it's actually been spent on in one spreadsheet so that we could see it, that would be amazing.
Sure.
So what you're going to receive is the actual application to ride, and so it'll specify how many teachers, at what price, for what purpose. It's creating a different spreadsheet was something it would have taken a lot of time to change it. I thought we should send you exactly what we applied for and exactly what it was. So it's multiple pages.
So there's no way to get the information compiled in one?
Well, on your desk is a one budget sheet.
I saw that. That's not really what
that's
I'm
the
looking
total
for.
budget. But you're
Okay.
going to get details of everything we applied for and exactly what each of those costs. We did not put it, it doesn't go, we didn't have it in a spreadsheet form. So we're utilizing the RIDE form, the Esser form that's available.
Okay.
I think you'll find it very enlightening and thorough. So take a look at that. If that still isn't enough, we'll offer another way to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You'll see most of the expenditures are salary and benefits. You're going to see that quite a way through, and then you'll see all the other things that are listed on that Esser 2 sheet specified.
So I think that will be really helpful to have, not just for us, but for the community, because we are, getting some questions about it, and parents and community members wanting to know how the money's being spent and what the effectiveness is of it. So that will be really, really helpful. I do also like the idea of maybe you doing something expanded, a deeper dive. Don't know who will take advantage of that, but I think there might be enough interest to try it and see what happens.
I'd love to, because we could do it more of a workshop, sit down, look at the data, get the data out, let people take a look at it, come and talk about it.
Yeah.
That would be absolutely fine. And it doesn't have to be at a school committee meeting. It could be at a school around a table. I mean, seriously, so we'll start looking at that.
Okay. I do have two questions. So the first one is one of the things that is on lots of people's minds right now in the education world are the RICAS scores, and waiting for us to get those. And I'm wondering what you're planning to analyze those and how that fits in to all of the work that you just talked about.
So I will say the STAR is used as a screening tool. It's a multiple choice 20-minute test that is a very high level screener that we use to identify students who are at risk. It is a very different test than your RICAS test, which over multiple days with multiple part questions, with essays, written response, open-ended math questions. So it is a very different type of test. I would love to say the data will mimic this, but we know from the past that it hasn't always. So we use that as another data point, though, in our MTS system for qualifying students for Tier 3. So as soon as that data comes in, we will triangulate that with other data points we have to best identify students who are at risk.
Okay. I have another one after that, too.
So the latest date I've heard is November 12th. Is that what we heard yesterday? That the scores would be delivered to schools on November 12th. So in that period of time, that's when the work will begin. And the data has to be in a certain format, and that's what's holding it back, to be able to get it to schools to be usable.
Is it public at that point, or is it still embargoed?
It's public at that
No,
point.
it will be public at that point.
At November 12th. But we'll need a little time to get those sheets out. But
So that makes me think of one more question, and then I have another one after that. The other data points that you just talked about. So there are other data points that, in addition to the STAR, so things like grade, like actual grades, attendance, things like that.
Of course, of
Okay.
course. Teacher input grades. We do have some other more drill down assessment, like Ames Web in the younger grades, which are one-on-one assessments. So we have a whole chart of multiple assessments and how students would then qualify for those tiers of support. So
Okay.
it's not just one data point. It definitely is teacher input, because we know sometimes students have a bad day taking STAR and their scores don't reflect their capability in the classroom. So we certainly always want to use multiple data points to determine their qualification.
Okay, and that's really helpful to know, because I think some folks were looking at what was listed online with our, what the presentation that we just saw, and thinking that was all you were doing. So it's helpful to know that it's much deeper than that, and it's much more detailed. And then my last question is around sustainability, and thinking about what happens when these funds are all used up and our time runs out. How are you guys approaching that?
So, I mean, in a great system, we were added all these positions to deal with the COVID learning loss, which is certainly a true thing. Our hope is that as we can balance out that pyramid, we can deal with fewer staffing to support that Tier 3, because we'll have supported those students through their learning gap and close that gap, and it will kind of right that triangle, if you will, to just being the top 5% needing that level of support. That is the hope, but definitely there could be more asks coming to you as we get closer. I mean, we have 2 more years to fund all of these positions, and then we're going to have to look at the data to see, what are our numbers really saying, and what staffing do we need to support the system.
So I'd like to remind everyone that these dollars go through August of 25. And that, because you cannot change this in a year or 2 years. You can't make up for that learning loss. So, yes, people love the extra hands on deck. There's no question about that. They'll love the after-school enrichment at Quid School that's happening every single day to support that environment. Love a summer school that had its hiccups along the way, perhaps with being at DMS instead of here at high school. They would have loved to have them right here. Little things like that, but people will get used to these things, and they'll want those things. I understand that completely, but the point is, we should, in this town, be able to make up for those big dips in learning loss in the places that they were with 3 more years of intervention. But we have to keep our eye on that constantly.
Thank you.
or I don't need it, but whatever you want to. So I was also asked to tell you a little bit about what we have been doing in the district in the topic of wellness. So I left you a sheet on your desk. But wellness is obviously a very important topic in all of our schools, in our general society for sure. And I've made it another one of my priorities for my time in North Kingstown, both for my office and for my own work. So while it's a topic all across the country, I don't think any of us would be honest if we didn't admit that it's even a topic of even more importance here in North Kingstown. It's taken a lot of the energy of the people who work here, the things that have been happening in the district that have taken a great deal of our time and attention, and some of the positivity out of our schools. I think we cannot not admit that. And excuse me for one sec. So it is a priority for us. Wellness for our staff is a priority, just as wellness for our students is a priority. I'm especially focused on the employee part of that. Our Esser funds, our teachers, our principals, our schools, yes, my heart and my work is most certainly with student wellness, but we have to be honest that employee wellness is extremely important. I really got involved in the work because of two very powerful educators here in North Kingstown. Lisa Garcia has spoken to you on numerous occasions about what's needed or her concerns about North Kingston High School. Kristen Beeland is another extremely effective teacher who has a national experience in Teach Plus. And so with those two people, I've been working since I got to know them in June. After Lisa spoke here one night, it just touched me quite significantly. I knew people were suffering, but it was the way she expressed it that really got me to say, you've got to get to my office and we've got to work on this. So the three of us have been focused on, but we've expanded our group, but I just want to talk about what the three of us have focused on in our short time. We've expanded our definition of wellness. It's not just about teacher wellness, but it's about all employees. We have to talk about all employees in North Kingstown. We've conducted PD at our administrative retreat, where Lisa and Kristen addressed us all and really got us to think about the 8 dimensions of wellness. And then they really worked with all of our administrators to talk about norms. Norms are those things that we really institutionalize to make a difference, and that really has to be done very specifically and discreetly. They also did a shorter presentation at the strategic planning. The reason they were presenting that as strategic planning to our larger group was to hope to get some wellness goals into our strategic plan, which we have, and I'll be presenting that to you at a future meeting. Another thing that we've worked on together was our opening orientation day, and it was really nice to see several of you there, but we brought a speaker in who has really focused on wellness in his career as well and has a national outlook. Dr. Matt Joseph, and his Stronger Together speech was really well received by the staff. I think you were sitting right next to me, Ms. Lima, and you saw how they reacted to him because the kinds of things he was talking about were the things that inspired them and got them feeling good about themselves. We also had the Trust that day, and the Trust has an entire platform of employee wellness, and I think it's called Health Matters. And that was part of our orientation. So wellness was the theme that we opened the school year with. But the most exciting thing for me, and I think for our school department moving forward, is that we've been accepted into a national pilot. Child Trends is working on behalf of the CDC to be able to create employee wellness toolkits for people to use all over schools, all over our country, and we're one of the 5 districts doing it. So we jumped into it because RIDE asked us to. Lisa Garcia and I listened to the first couple of meetings. We've now added Brian Lally, Trish Cawley, invited union leadership, both Sue Tavares and Sue Warburton, who couldn't be there at the meeting, Kristen and Lisa and I, who are taking the tools and the availability of all this expertise to try to really bring a really well-developed program of employee wellness that will take us a few years to develop, but that will be right on the cutting edge. So that's something that the three of us have now expanded and really have thoughts of going much bigger with utilizing many more people in our school department. So as I kind of say, what are the goals of our group? All right. We want to involve others from all our employee groups. We want to make sure that our wellness work has a representative from every school and every employee group that works with us. We want to use the child trend materials, but not step by step. We need to make it ours. We need to listen to what the staff of North Kingstown wants. And those needs are different at every school. They are not exactly the same. We are recognizing that this is not a one-year event. This is a multi-year work that has to happen. And it will be different at different schools with the child trend piece as our unifying factor. We want to use our district wellness committee as another way to get more heads around this and more bodies around it to involve. And I'll be introducing it at tomorrow's wellness meeting. And we are, Brian Lally really has an idea of a potential monthly newsletter that we get out with a lot of our wellness initiatives spread through it. But I also want you to know that there are things happening right now. This is not just a think tank. We really are involved directly. The ESS contract actually has counseling for the NKHS staff built into it. And Assistant Principal Eric Anderson is working with the ESS staff that's here to create the best format for the North Kingstown High School teachers to receive counseling help, workshops, targeted counseling as they see their needs identified. So that is for NKHS at this time, because as you listen to Lisa, it has taken a different toll and a different flavor at the high school than it has perhaps in other schools. Things that are happening at some of our other schools they've got yoga, they've got early morning planking sessions at Forest Park and Fishing Cove. They have wellness luncheons. They have a whole set of office norms at Fishing Cove about respecting the workplace. We've incorporated wellness norms into admin meetings and our administration work, particularly chain of command, which is a really important one. And the high school has set a wellness norm that has to do with email, because that's an area that teachers really struggled with, the kinds of expectations that people have about it. And if you're a parent of a high schooler, you've seen that in some of their newsletters, that if an email is received at a certain time, it will be responded to the next day. Those simple little things can make a difference. Now, I know these sound like a lot of little things, but we are trying to pull them together and continue the work. The work will be for quite a few years, and in my next few months here, what I really hope to do is help to get that foundation and structure going so that it will have its own success, its own organization, and have a lot of people working on it to make a difference. We need to do that here. We need to have get back to that level of employee satisfaction, wellness, respect, and all the things that go along with that. I'm happy to do it. It's some of the best work that I think we're doing. And I think I've got a lot of people around who also agree with the same thing. So that's what's going on, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions? Yes. Ms. Lima.
So thank you very much for this presentation. I know this is a topic that's been heavy on a lot of people's mind, especially since the meeting when a lot of the teachers came forward and shared some of the things that, were heavy on their heads. So, in the last 4 months, 3 teachers in Rhode Island have committed suicide, 2 from the same high-performing high school, 1 just very recently. And I know that, that brings a total to 6 in the past year. We had 1 here, 2 recently in Barrington. This is definitely an issue that is important. I know you stressed district wellness in general, but educator wellness, certainly. And I think, one thing that the teachers really stressed when they came before us is teacher voice. And I still don't hear that. And I'm wondering how you are incorporating that in this wellness program.
So, as I said, we started small. And I envision getting to every faculty meeting and encouraging their involvement, number one, in our larger group, in our planning group. But the reason the high school doesn't have a plan to to tell you about this evening is because they're listening to their teachers about when they most want this. Do they want it during their common planning time? Do they want their workshops and after school? So I do know from speaking with Dr. Morse yesterday and Mr. Anderson, they're trying to get at that teacher voice. And it's going to look different. We've got to listen to what the teachers want. For us to just do a toolkit or just have wellness initiatives, it has to be individualized to each school.
But
You're
I
right.
think more
You're right.
like, I think what I heard from them that evening was that they said that they didn't feel like they had any agency into their professional lives, that they were the expert on, what they, that nobody comes to them for what they need. And I hear that you're saying, in terms of planning time and things like that, but, how can we as a school committee help to give them that? How can we collaborate with administration? How can we collaborate with the teachers to make them feel that they are a valued part of the team? I think we hear a lot every day about bad, unfortunately, but we don't hear about the good, and there's so much good in this district and with the people in this building. I think before there used to be, I was told, there used to be presentations and celebrations and recognitions at the school committee meetings. Can we get back to that? That's something simple that could be done. Just things like recognizing the district teacher of the year, or having students, when they get the recognition from the superintendent, having the teachers come in, having the parents come in, kind of making it a community, because we are all in this together.
Those will absolutely be those ideas that I'm sure are going to come forth from our teachers. We've got to get those ideas from them. So more of them have to get involved. We've started small, and we have to involve them all. And we did recognize, remember Teacher of the Year, it was recognized in front of his peers, but it's true, it wasn't community-based. And so there are simple things, and then there are structural things we do have to work on. So I'm looking forward to, in the next couple of months, involving as many teachers as we can to get that voice and to get those suggestions. They're not going to come from us, they're going to come from them.
Okay.
We have to honor that.
And I guess my ask would be, as much as the school committee can be involved, because I would like to see us working in community with the teachers and the administration, and not just sitting up from above and making policy from up here. Like, we should all be working together.
That's an important
to
message.
set the tone of wellness and community within this district.
Thank you.
Ms. Hildebrand?
So thank you also. I know we're running long, so I will be very quick. I'm super excited about the work that you're doing with Child Trends.
You probably know the group. It was new to me, but it's
I've worked with
fantastic.
them for a number of years, and that is very cool. They're nationally recognized, have a wonderful reputation. So that's really great. Congratulations on that. I guess my question is, you are only with us for a couple of more months. Mm-hmm. And so in your mind, how will we be able to continue this work? Is it something that you feel needs to live with the assistant superintendent, whoever that might be moving forward? Or again, like going back to sustainability, right? I don't want to lose our momentum. But I do also think that there needs to be someone in central office kind of driving this and helping to organize all of the work.
I think it's a combined HR, assistant superintendent, kind of structure piece there, but really filled with the teacher voice, the cafeteria worker voice, the bus driver voice, the clerk voice, but has to be organized. And I would say should stay in my office as that point of contact. I've taken that leadership role with them so that it takes it off their plate and they can be free to think of the ideas and work on those ideas, but not deal with the details that go along with it.
Okay. That's very helpful. I won't be here, and Mr. Blasberg won't be here, but these guys will be, and to be able to think through that when we're making decisions that are really important, just to make sure that that work continues.
I want the leaders to be more the employees, the thinkers, but somebody has to tie it together. And yes, I do believe it should be from the office I'm in right now.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry it took so long. I know you do have a
that's
full
fine.
meeting, but...
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have citizens' comments. I have two people who signed up to speak. If there's anyone else who missed the list, you're welcome to raise your hand at the end, and I'll recognize you. First is Susanna Tingley. Again, as always, if you could please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and if you could speak your name, address, including the town for the record. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hi, good evening. Susanna Tingley, 750 Hatchery Road. First, to a couple of the agenda items. I'm going to echo your comments on the Esser funds. The presentation, although I appreciate it, is vague, and I do think the taxpayers deserve a detailed breakdown of where the money was actually spent on each item. And secondly, the Jamestown contract, there's no details for the taxpayers to understand the financial impact or compare maybe the contract that they negotiated with Narragansett. So I think that would be important to bring some more information forward. Over the past year, this school committee has created a mess in our town. You've ignored complaints of abuse and sexual misconduct. You defended a curriculum that racializes every issue, demonizes America, brings sex and gender ideology to our elementary schools, and is full of pedophilia. You established and allowed the DEI subcommittee to use tax money for a $50,000 equity audit. The DEI is focused on diversifying the workforce over merit and adopting an anti-bias policy that will establish an equity office and police our schools both on and off campus based on feelings and innuendos. You hired outside mental health workers that meet secretly with our children. There is now a policy that interprets Title IX to legally allow a child to change his name, identity, clothes without parental knowledge. The school participates with this deception, and in fact, you've hired a Title IX lawyer to assist with this. You implemented the Safe Zone project and links to pornography and surgical and hormonal gender transition. 2 hours of training does not qualify anyone to have these secret conversations with our kids. You have allowed a subcommittee to lead our schools. Parents and community members challenge ludicrous material when presented and use your vote for candidates that oppose the radical ideology of our current school committee. We need to reestablish transparency, vision, academic excellence, parental rights, common sense values, and drive out the cowardly, dangerous political wokeness from our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pamela Panero.
Pam Panero, 710 Slocum Road.
If you could just say the town, sorry.
North Kingston.
Thank you.
I'm just here to make an observation. I really appreciated the presentations tonight. It's just observations and suggestions about the STAR scores since they were mentioned in the presentation. As a parent, I never know if I'm going to receive my children's results. There doesn't seem to be a clear, consistent process across the district. Last year, I never received my son's end-of-year scores. I thought they would be on the report card, but they weren't. This year, I've already received one of my students' scores, and I have not received the others. I just never know how to access them. I don't think they're very accessible to a parent. It just seems like there's no clear process. I have inquired a few times, but I've never gotten a consistent answer. I find it awkward to email the teacher and say, hey, can I have my kids' test results? I don't know. It would just help if there was clearer communication about what the process actually is. I don't know if they could be in Aspen so they're readily available. I do like to see where my kids fall on these screening tools. So that's just a few suggestions about that. Let's see. I appreciated the Esser. I personally think that one more slide would have been helpful. I get that it was a broad overview, but maybe including Tier 1, like break out the data into Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 to see where those scores really were for each of those tiers, because that would help the community know if those funds were really benefiting the kids who they meant to benefit. Because what if there's a lot of high scores that are skewing some of the lower numbers? So I think a deeper dive does sound like a great idea. And just the wellness, I think, is great. I really left that school committee meeting last year disheartened to hear all the teachers. So I'm glad that's at the forefront. And just, again, just an observation, I've talked to teachers at different events, and something that I think maybe the school committee could help with is I have been, the past year and a half, teachers have told me that they have no control over what they teach in front of the class. And that's pretty much what they've said to me. So I feel like there should be, and it's been more than one teacher who said something like that to me. So I don't know, but it seems like teachers might need a little more flexibility in how they teach their classes. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last person I have on the list. Good.
Hi, Megan Riley, 15 Eden Court, North Kingstown. I actually wasn't planning on speaking at all tonight, so this is not going to be my usual written down stuff. But I just wanted to talk about some of the stuff that I heard so far, which was really nice. It was nice to be able to hear something and then be able to comment on it afterwards. I like that format. Ms. Lima, one thing that I think that is interesting that you talked about was about like the awards and recognitions, and there aren't so many now out there. And my understanding, especially having been a teacher like about 20 years ago and over watching, the 11 years I taught, and then since then being a parent, a lot of the awards and recognitions and honor roll things across the country, but even down to our local level, have been taken away from the students, I believe, in the name of equity or to make everybody kind of, have the same playing field. And while I understand that, you don't always want to focus on one group versus another of students, I also think it's really important to be able to give people, students especially, children especially, an opportunity to rise up instead of trying to bring people down to other people's level. So I don't know if it's something that, it just seems like we're kind of speaking out of both sides of our mouths. We're saying, oh, I wish there were more awards and honors and recognition. But then, like, for instance, up north where they took away the honor roll until the parents kind of retaliated or whatever and said, please, we want the honor roll back, honors programs or whatever it was. So I think we need to really look into that. And I do think that there needs to be, recognition. I don't have a high schooler, but I think in the high school, something about they weren't allowed to wear, somebody can help me with this, but they weren't allowed to wear whatever honor they wore at their graduation. It was like really hush-hush. So I just don't think that's right. And I do think we should bring back honors and awards. Why not praise kids? I mean, we do it for sports. We do it for other areas. Why not academics as well? Going along with what Ms. Pinero was saying is about the, teachers maybe not having as much ability to be included in the decision-making process with the curriculum. I know we have a curriculum committee. It's in your policy. It's supposed to meet periodically. I don't remember the last time it met. Maybe I just missed it. But I know parents are supposed to be involved, students and teachers, community members. I think we should get back to that. And then I would suggest go into the classrooms. I'm not only a teacher, but I've been subbing. I think your eyes would be wide open if you walked into a classroom for a day. I think we all should, honestly. I know we can't, but go into the classroom for one day. It's shocking. And then finally, I would just like to ask if, including parents, and I'll be done in a second, including parents, whenever I email, like I'm going on day 11 of not getting a response back from an administrator after 2 email follow-ups. So instead of app-ring, could we just get a little bit more communication? I'd really appreciate that because honestly, I'm getting sick of it. You guys are getting sick of me. And I know Jules is probably, not going to be thrilled with me.
I do have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's the last speaker that I have. Oh, one more. Okay.
Hi, Crystal Simons, 55 Collins Court. Very quickly, I was just wondering, I was looking at the agenda item G, your district crisis plans. So they're not listed. So I had looked, it was a 48-page, the document, and I think it'd be extremely helpful to have a link to what that is. Because I don't know, are you guys following ALICE training? Like, what are you doing? So that I would know, as a parent, what it is that's going to be expected. Is my kid going to be in a classroom where they're practicing lockdown procedures and that's it? Or are they going to be doing the ALICE active shooter training? So I would like to know that. I think that's super important to know, and I would like to make sure that it is up to date and that it works with the data that supports that. So there was that. And you may answer this or may not, Mr. Waterman, when you have your report, but
I'm still wondering what's going on with the app for sports, because we're at the end. My daughter already finished her tennis season, no app. My son's almost done cross country, no app. So again, you might answer that, so that's fine. But this also goes to the idea that when you put items on this agenda and you make us speak before you actually talk about these things, then we don't have time or the opportunity to actually ask you a follow-up question. And then we have to wait 2 weeks, and then it kind of goes back and forth. So I think the format going forward could change a little, where maybe you either put the citizens' comments at the end, or you give them another opportunity to then ask again. Because sometimes during a meeting, there might be a question, as somebody might say something, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, that's right. And we never have that opportunity. And then again, as Mrs. Riley said, we email and we don't get a response back. So that's a problem. That's problematic. So I would definitely suggest changing the format so that it's a little bit more conducive to actually getting answers. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so we'll move on with the agenda. The next item would be the superintendent's report. Mr. Waterman.
Sure, and I'd like to start off with a recognition. The high school visual arts teachers are hosting a special evening viewing this Thursday night, October 20th, from 5 to 6 p.m. at the North Kingstown High School's Gallery North for families and friends. It showcases 54 student artists in the show titled Love at First Sight. The show features drawings, paintings, ceramics, sculptures, and fashion designs. In addition, music student Virginia Martin will be playing the piano during this free event. Janice Strain is pleased to announce that her creative arts students have provided artwork in our municipal office building on 100 Fairway Drive until December. Also this Thursday, October 20th, from 7 to 9 p.m., her student Olivia Wood is representing North Kingstown High School in this year's South County Art Association All Media Open Juried 2 Exhibit Student Series. It's a mouthful, sorry. The show runs until November 12th. And lastly, Mary Kate Haynes is proudly representing North Kingstown High School and Rhode Island in the New York City Online Festival of Finals for Junk Couture on Tuesday, October 25th at 7 p.m. live from their YouTube channel, where she will compete virtually against 30 other sustainable fashion designs from New York, New Jersey, and Georgia. If her design places in the top 10, she will then go on to compete in the World Final taking place in Abu Dhabi in January. Congratulations to all. Excuse me. My first item is a reminder on the PCG survey. 2 weeks ago, Brian Lally sent out the initial survey with the links to the survey, and he sent out a follow-up reminder email last week. Thank you, Kathy Sapala and Jody, for their presentations tonight. Kathy covered all the wellness that I would have discussed. And finally, our athletic department update. I'd like to announce that Chris Cobain, our athletic director, has resigned his position, and we have posted his position for a replacement, and that posting closes this Friday. We hope to hold interviews next week with the anticipation of possibly having a candidate to bring forward at our November 1st meeting. It's a critical time as our fall season wraps up and our winter season begins to get planned out. So I wish Chris the best moving forward. Also, I did just get confirmation today that the communications piece of the app, we've been in possession of the app, but in consultation with the athletic department, we decided rather than do two separate rollouts of the app, we would do one rollout once the app was complete. So the app has been available for download since mid-August, but it did not contain what we felt was the most critical component, which was the communications piece. So that I've been assured by the company, again, I received the email today, that will be available later this week when they push out the newest version. So knowing that many of our fall sports are wrapping up, we will, I will be speaking with one sport in particular to see if they will roll with it for the remainder of their season, and then we expect to have it fully implemented for the winter. So I do apologize for the delay. I've been in constant communication with the company going back to May, and they've missed a few deadlines, but it is great to hear that they are delivering it this Friday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so For routine items, for the executive session, we're actually going to be reconvening our executive session after, so we're not going to do the sealing of the executive session minutes or disclosing them at this point. Just so people know, one of the items on the executive session is we are interviewing candidates for the interim superintendent's position. No decisions on that would be made this evening, so when we have something to announce, when the school committees come to a decision, we will do that in a public meeting. But right now, they're just interviews in our executive session. So we'll hold off on those and come back to them. With respect to consent agenda, I want to start by exempting items A1 and 2. Oh, no, that's not consent. Sorry, we'll do those later. Item E2, and do we have any other? C1.
C2 and...
Okay, C1 and C2, yep.
C2, D2, and E2.
D2 and then...
E2.
E as in, I did E2 already.
Okay.
Okay. Any others? Okay, then I ask for a motion to approve the non-exempted consent agenda items. A motion from Mr. Case.
Second.
Second from Ms. Hildebrand. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So first we will do C1 and 2. I know, Ms. Hoskins, you weren't at those meetings, so if I can get a motion to approve items C1 and 2. Or do you want to discuss something? All right, so wait, let's do them one at a time. So we'll start with a motion to... do you have comments on them, or?
I just need an amendment to the minutes for C2.
Okay, so let's do C1 first then, sorry. Okay, so let's get a motion to approve item C1.
So moved.
A motion from Ms. Hildebrand.
Second.
A second from Mr. Case. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. So what is the change you need on C2? Oh, Jenny, oh, sorry, and abstentions. So Ms. Hoskins abstains and no opposed. So it's 4 yeses and 1 abstention. So what was your comment on the business meeting minutes?
For C2, I would just like where we talk about the safe zone training, I'd just like it to be amended to add that training is being offered through the Kent County Prevention Coalition.
Okay. So if I could get a motion to approve item C2 with that change. I have a motion from Mr. Case, second from Ms. Hildebrand. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And 1 abstention. That passes also. So next would be item D2. If we could start with a motion to approve D2.
So moved.
A motion from Ms. Hildebrand. Do I have a second? Second from Ms. Lima. So discussion, Ms. Lima?
I meant to pull D1, sorry, I cannot see tonight.
Ew. Okay.
That's fine. So we could just go ahead and approve D2, that's fine.
Okay. All right. So then with no discussion then,
No
we have a motion and a second.
sorry.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, that passes unanimously.
All right, but we already approved you.
We did. Now, do you have,
No, I just wanted
if your
Mike-
concern is enough that we need to unwind something,
No,
we
no,
will.
No,
if it-
I'm fine with approving it. I just wanted Mike to comment on the things that you and I had discussed about it.
Do you want to get that on the record and just talk it
Yeah,
through?
Mike, if you don't mind, quickly just...
Can I speak?
Yeah. It's
So
still
some
on the
questions.
agenda.
So some questions had come up. So this was approving the headhunter fee for finding a controller, and I know the question has come up: is this a new position? What are the responsibilities of it? So we have had a 2 controller position for, I want to say, the last 2 years, and this position was. As a replacement. The person who was here left our district to go to another municipality to work on the town side. And the question that came up was, with the director of finance, do we still need this position, and what are the responsibilities with myself overseeing as the chief operating officer? So what happened last year at this point, we had a chief operating officer who oversaw the finance department, the transportation department, the food services department, and the facilities department. Where we've transitioned for this year is the chief operating officer no longer oversees the finance department, oversees the other departments, but in addition oversees the IT department. So we haven't added a person, whereas we no longer have an IT director, we traded that for a director of finance. So the chief operating officer last year oversaw finance, this year will oversee IT, and there are no additional positions. It is just a redistribution of responsibilities.
And there's no overlapping of responsibilities within those positions, correct?
There's no overlapping of responsibilities, and there was no additional cost to the district. In fact, there was a savings in salaries.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sorry that was kind of backwards, but we accomplished what we need to do. So item E2. So let's start with a motion to approve item E2. The motion from Ms. Lima, second from Mr. Case. So discussion. So Mr. Waterman.
So I know there's been a little bit of talk on social media, and I understand it came up last night at the town council meeting as well. And I want to clarify, and I didn't take the opportunity while Dr. Clark and Ms. Sapala were discussing Esser, but it was insinuated that the teachers, when we approved their rollover their contract, that the funding for that came from the ARPA funds. So which is also known as Esser 1. The American Rescue Plan, Esser 1, are co-named. And so when Dr. Clark went over the Esser 1 funds, it was very clear that there was only $450,000 that were set aside for the Esser 1 funds. And when we post the breakdown, you'll see the breakdown of those funds. So there was no Esser, American Rescue Plan funds used in any of the teacher contract negotiations. Those were all funded from fund balance / surplus. As we have it closed out FY22, our FY22 surplus becomes fund balance once it's audited, but we're kind of still in that in-between period where we're rolling over the year, but the books have not been closed, they have not been audited. That usually doesn't take place until isn't finalized until sometime in the December, January timeframe. So we have unaudited or preliminary data that shows that we had a surplus last year, and again, this is going to be subject to change, so I'm going to speak in general numbers, of approximately $1.5 million. Of that, the school committee approved $945,000 as part of the teachers' one-year extension or rollover of their contract. And then tonight we're proposing to also do a retention bonus for our other two employee groups. I also know that in the past, in this document that I'm going to reference now, is from page 75 and 76 of our budget, which is posted online. So this is a very public document, but it lists audited numbers, so numbers that have been confirmed, and I've heard our fund balance existing anywhere from 8 to 10 to, I believe at one point it was $15 million. So our actual fund balance is represented on May 24th, 2022. Our actual fund balance is $5,196,983. Of that, $4,713,148 are reserved, meaning $1.5 million of that has been set aside from our COVID days to put towards our FY 22, 23, and 24 budget. We have set aside 2% of our budget in an emergency use fund, and that's $1.346 million. We also have $850,000 set aside to replace the turf. So when that day comes that the turf outside that the taxpayers have spent so much money on to have installed, when the time comes for it to be replaced, we're not pulling from funds. We're not trying to do an emergency allocation. We already have the funds on the bank. We have lighting upgrades at the stadium, other capital needs for the stadium, academic, CTE, $50,000, library upgrades, $50,000, auditorium upgrades, $50,000, our transportation fleet, which we own. We have $150,000 set aside, so when we need a bus. We have $500,000 set aside for capital needs in technology. Physical plant, $52,000. Parking lot, sidewalk upgrades, $50,000. So all those sums come up to the $4 million. So unreserved or unallocated, our fund balance is $483,000. So of the almost $2 million, we have roughly $500,000 that are unallocated. We're anticipating, with the approval of the teachers' rollover, and if the two retentions are approved tonight, we're still anticipating adding a few $100,000 to our fund balance, which would increase it to somewhere in the neighborhood of around $700,000 of unallocated. Once my recommendation to the school committee, now I won't be sitting in this seat, but I'll maybe in a different seat a few seats down, my recommendation to the school committee is going to be, once we have audited numbers and we know the exact dollar amount, we look at what we have unallocated and look and see, are there any other areas that we want to create reserves for, or are there any reserves that we want to bolster up?
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to confirm, the stipends, the bonuses, all of that stuff, none of that is coming from our existing reserve. It's not depleting anything that we currently have allocated, set away for anything. It's coming from the unaudited surplus for this year.
Yes, and there's a technical answer, right? That money won't roll over until it's audited, but the money is anticipated to be there through our unaudited books.
Right, but I guess my point is, we are not pulling it from money that is currently allocated to any area.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I have one follow-up to that?
Sure.
Can you comment on why there is a surplus in the budget?
Yes, thank you. So our surpluses come from increased tuitions.
I want to point something out. That's income. And I don't mean to interrupt you, but sure. We're a school district. We aren't a business, okay? However, due to decisions that have been made within the North Kingstown School Department, the North Kingstown School Department generates revenue. It makes money. It makes money through our career and technical education programs. In a way, it makes money from tuition paid by the town of Jamestown for their students to come to our high school. So when Mr. Waterman refers to revenue greater than budget, it means we made more money than we thought we were going to. I'm not going to ever apologize for making more money than we thought we were going to. So, sorry.
So that's a chunk of it. Salary and benefits, as every business, every school department, everywhere, we could not hire all the staff that we wanted to hire last year. So we have a chunk of money from salary and benefits that went unspent. It wasn't because we didn't want the folks. We desperately do want them, but we could not fill those positions. And then purchase services. We purchased fewer services than we were budgeted for. And whether that was we couldn't execute on them, or the prices came in less than we thought, negotiated better deals, that has all led to a surplus of funds.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, if I could take the mic for a minute. So on this topic, I have a few things I want to say. So number one, as Mr. Waterman mentioned, one of the drivers of that surplus is unspent salary and benefits from last year. And what approving this item does is it is rewarding our loyal employees for getting us through an extraordinarily tough time, okay? We are sitting here right now in a far better place. No one's wearing a mask. There's nothing on those seats that say sit 7 feet away from each other. Our kids are in our schools full-time every day with their clubs, running sports, doing everything. And it's very easy to forget where we were when we were sitting in front of our TVs on our laptops doing Zoom meetings, trying to figure out with essentially 24 hours notice how we were going to run a school department with no one in a school. And our staff, all of them, whether they were administrators, whether they were support personnel, whether they were our contract bus drivers, or whether they were our teachers, every single person that steps foot in one of these buildings and worked with our kids worked together to make that happen. Was it perfect? Gosh, no. Are there long-lasting effects of all of that we're trying to fix? Yes. And that was part of our presentation earlier today. But our staff are the people that did that work. And I am not going to apologize for rewarding people for doing the hard work that they've done. And so to me, what we're doing is we are reallocating funds that we were unable to spend on staff last year mostly because of these kinds of problems, still lingering effects of COVID. And we're using that to reward our employees and to help them understand that we appreciate the work that they did and to compensate them appropriately. With respect to what we did with the teachers' contract, our teachers got a 2.5% increase this year at a time when I believe the Social Security increase was 9% due to inflation right now. So we need to help out our employees and reward them and keep them here. And if this is a way, which we believe it is, to help show our appreciation for the hard work that they've done, I'm not going to apologize for it. And I'm not going to apologize for the fact that we have a surplus when there are very specific reasons for it. Now, the problem with the surplus always is we don't expect, and we hope this doesn't continue. We want to fill all these positions. This money that's left over is not money we don't want to spend. It's money that the district has been unable to spend and needs to be spent. So it's not a situation where you can simply just cut the budget next year because we had a big surplus this year. If that happens, then these needed positions are not going to get filled because the money's not going to be there. It's extraordinarily complicated. But that's what goes into these kinds of things. One last thing that I'm going to say, I've had to say this once or twice before, but part of the people that I'm speaking to and that Mr. Waterman are speaking to are a group that were here before and they're not here right now. They left. I guess they got bored. That disappoints me. I understand that they want to be involved in our community and that they have things to say, especially on social media. But when they don't sit around long enough to hear the answers to some of their questions, it's very disappointing to me. I won't call anyone out by name, but they'll know who they are. So I just have to mention that. And with that respect, I cannot tell you how many times I have heard numbers thrown around about how big the school department surplus is. It is not as big as you think it is or that you hear it is. And I will never apologize for saving money for things that we need to do. So when I hear people complaining that our fund balance is growing because we're saving money to fix things that we know are going to break, and they want us to take that money and just give it back to the taxpayers. I understand it's the taxpayers' money, but it's being planned to be used to fix the taxpayers' facilities. And with respect to that as well, we are giving money back to the taxpayers. The $1.5 million that Mr. Waterman is referring to is a $500,000 commitment that this committee made years ago to give $500,000 a year back to the taxpayers to help plug the town's budgets. Because what we're doing is we are using fund balance to pay for recurring operating expenses. That means that's $500,000 less than we asked from the town, which is directly affecting your tax rate. And with respect to that as well, these retention bonuses that we're talking about and stipends that we may be approving this evening, they are one-time items. They're not going to be in next year's budget because they're not happening next year. The other thing that they don't do is they do not affect the salaries going forward. When you give an employee a raise, they get it the year after and the year after that, and every raise builds on that. This isn't that. It also doesn't affect their pensions, which is something that, unless you're sitting up here and diving into budgets, you have to understand that when you're paying the employees and you give them a raise, that affects their pension, which affects pension contributions going forward as well. So it's more than just the money that you pay up front. It takes a while. So this doesn't do that either. So that is the reason that I am fully in support of doing this and funding it the way that we have it set up right now. And I want to thank Mr. Waterman for providing that clarification. And one thing that I say to people is, now, if you've heard that, everything that I just said, and you still disagree with what we're doing today, I completely respect that. But if you disagree with this because you think we have a $12 million fund balance, or if you think that we're spending this money and that means we can't fix the turf anymore because we just gave all the money away, that's not what's happening here. So that's just a fundamental misunderstanding. I just want people to understand and make their decisions based on actual real numbers and facts and not just what you read on social media, because people, I know they mean well. I know the people. But a lot of times they're just not right, and it's unfortunate because people believe what they read, and it's not always accurate. So got a lot of clarification on those items today. Anyone else have anything else they'd like to say? I guess I said plenty. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. So next, we have a school committee approval of a medical sick leave grievance. We've received information about that from our legal counsel. I need a motion to approve item F1. The motion.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So next, we have the school committee approval of the crisis plans. Now, someone actually, let me do with a motion in a second. I have a motion from Ms.
Second.
Lima and a second from Ms. Hildebrand. Okay. Your mic's not on, if you could put that on.
Just, I did have one question on the plans, which I already addressed to Mike and Jules, and as long as, I just would like the answer to that. I just want that on the record. They know what the question is, so.
And, well, okay. Are you good?
It doesn't need to be discussed. Yeah,
There was an old template used for
yeah,
Okay, and that's right.
Yes.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
That'll be corrected.
Okay. So what I want to make the point of and explain what these are. So the Rhode Island general laws provide that there are a very limited number of things that can be discussed in executive session and that aren't public. One of them are items that involve school security. The reason these are not in your packet is because these are extraordinarily detailed plans that talk about what is going to happen in the event of some unthinkable possibilities. A crisis. And the example that I give, there are very few examples that I can give that don't give away the type of stuff that we don't want to give away. We don't want people who want to do harm to our students to have the information to do more harm to our students. And that's why these are not in the packet, nor will they ever be. So that's the reason for that. We have a motion and a second. Mm-hmm. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Next, with the Jamestown contract, I need a motion to table. I have a motion from Ms. Lima, second from Ms. Hildebrand. So our attorneys have been working, both the Jamestown attorney and the North Kingstown attorneys have been working on finalizing this contract. The reason it wasn't in the packet is that we weren't able to get it in there in time, and it's getting very close to being done. We hope to be able to do it at our next meeting, but it's not ready for approval this evening, so that's why we weren't able to get that in there. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Next, we have a school committee decision on a student appeal. I need a motion to table item I1. Mr. Case, I have a motion. I have a second from Ms. Lima. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So we have unfinished business, 2020-23 school budget, bond, and policies. We don't have anything new. Any questions on the disposal report? Okay, so at this point, I'm going to ask for a motion to recess to executive session. We'll reconvene afterwards and finish up the remaining agenda items of sealing the minutes and disclosing any votes. So I need a motion to recess to executive session for purposes pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 4246-4 for discussions of job performance, character, physical, mental health of a person, provided the persons have been notified in advance in writing and that they may request that the discussion be held in an open meeting pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1, and they have been so notified and the records shall reflect. We did that. I'm just going to read them all just in case there's anything else we need to discuss. Sessions pertaining to potential litigation, legal advice, and collective bargaining pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A2. Discussions of any investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, civil or criminal, pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A4. Executive sessions of this one I know we did, so we don't need that one. And hearings on or discussions of a grievance filed pursuant to a collective bargaining agreement, Rhode Island General Law 42465A9. The motion from Ms. Hildebrand, second from Mr. Case. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So we are in executive session, and we will return when we've concluded. Thank you very much for attending. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've concluded our executive session, so we're going to finish up with our agenda for the evening. So the last items that we need to come back to that we had put off before are, I need a motion to seal the executive session minutes of October 18th, 2022.
So moved.
I have a motion from Ms. Hildebrand, second from Mr. Case. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. And I can disclose that no votes were taken in this evening's executive session. Having done that, we have reached the end of our agenda, and I would ask for a motion to adjourn. I have a motion from Ms. Lima, a second from Ms. Hoskins. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you very much.